Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Welcome everybody to the stream. We're live. Hope everybody's doing great. So today we're back in Star Citizen. Although I think we were last stream we were doing Star Citizen. There was another stream ago. We were doing Windrose. That was fun. Had a great time playing the game. Looking forward to, streaming it again in the future. So what we're going to do today, we're going to do some industry gameplay. And we're going to see how things are in the refueling and the hauling. And if we have more time, we'll check out the other things like mining, salvaging and whatnot. So we're going to start off with refueling.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
But I'm going to keep my expectations very, very low, only because what is going on? Why does this dude want to cross? He wants to cross the terminal. I think he's a little confused.
Welcome
But
to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
This patch has been pretty rough, so my expectations, like I said, I'm going to keep them really low. And we're just going to do some testing.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
All right.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again.
Just being realistic here, boys. Just being realistic. You know, we all, you know, if you guys are playing Star Citizen, and for those of you who don't know Star Citizen, it's been dealing with a very rough patch, 4.8, and unfortunately 4.8.1 ended up getting worse. So I'd say a lot of the community are not happy about it, including myself. You know, I'd say for the majority that are not happy about it, I think we were all expecting... We're not expecting a polish, clearly. We're not expecting... It's unrealistic to have a polished patch, every patch going forward. The game will never get finished. You know, as they bring more things online into the verse, it breaks things, right? It's expected. But, you know, for the majority of us, want a playable experience, at least in the PU, you know. And if there are bugs, you know, at least those could be managed with workarounds. I did see a a video on YouTube. Refueler, specifically the Starfare Gemini, which is the military variant. Before the nerf, it was a moneymaker. Unfortunately, apparently it's been nerfed. Looks like we can't start the ship. I wonder if our throttles are working. I have a feeling the throttles are not working. Let's see.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on.
Yeah, my throttles are not working. Excellent. Oh boy. We're already starting on a good foot here. All right, I want to get this settled before we head out in the verse. We're already jumping into you know, fixing. I mean, this may not be Star Citizen related. Just keep in mind. This could be my computer. Sometimes my throttles, for some reason, don't end up being registered by my computer for whatever reason. I'm curious, if I were to log out with the Starfare, I wonder if it's going to get auto-stored. Well, that'll be for science for all of us to know. You know, I mean, if worst case scenario, I could just, you know, pay the claim fee and get it back. Okay, so we're going to get out of the game, and I'm going to have to do quick troubleshooting to see whether or not the throttles are working. I'm going to throw you guys in BRB for a second. While I figure this out, you'll hear my voice. And then also I remembered they, CIG decided as a temporary solution to the RMT, real money trades and stuff, is to limit the trade, player to player trade, which unfortunately really screwed up a lot of the way organizations work. Group play, if I'm doing mining and I say, hey, I need a couple hands, I'll pay you XYZ, and now I can't do it. Although during the uproar and drama over it, it looks like CIG has, I guess, loosened a bit on it. So it looks like the threshold has been, in the beginning it was about just under 1 million. And now I think when Salty Mike did a test with it, he's claiming it was a workaround or something, or not a workaround. What's the other word? Maybe a long play words. Players figuring out a way around it. But I think CIG, it could be very well be, but I think CIG is just probably lifting the ceiling. Could you imagine being an org? You have to pay your, you have 20 guys, you have to pay each one about whatever you promised, about 5 million each or 10 million each. That's going to be a nightmare. Yeah, so that was a bit of a headache. I'm not sure whether or not I don't know what their solution is to the RMT. I said this before on stream, looking at World of Warcraft, and World of Warcraft has been dealing with this for over 20 years. Or within that time span. It's a good game to look at, but it wouldn't be one-to-one because World of Warcraft is an entirely different game in itself. All right, so let's see. Throttles, are they working or not? I know you guys can't see it. Yeah, they're not working. Oh, man. Yeah, so this has nothing to do with the game. Let me see if I restart them. This doesn't happen all the time, but when it does happen, it sucks. How did I solve this issue? Let me see. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna have to go get up and pull out the USB and put them back in the back of the computer. So give me a sec. All right, let's see if that made a difference. All right, that actually worked. Okay, something as simple as that. Okay. All right, we're gonna log back into the game and I'll throw you guys back in. So a little bit more news. There was a person I don't know why the person would do this. I mean, I could think of a reason for doing it, but they've claimed to have a $5,000 account, and they were banned unjustifiably. That's what their claim was, and they made a big stink on social media. They were unbanned, even though there were evidence showing that this person was engaging in RMT. Now, allegedly, the same person that was unbanned is now selling their account. Now, it was not smart. The person's name of the account is the same. Somebody was very clever enough. They found the user's name, allegedly found the user's name on an RMT site. Same exact name. All right, here we go. Is second time a charm? Is a charm for us or not? I do also, at some point, want to go back to Onyx facilities and Stormbreaker just to see how they are. Here we go.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
All right, cool. So if your Starfarer is in the personal hangar, it gets, and you log out of the game, it gets auto stored into the hangar.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has... Please visit us again.
All right, so I'm just checking to see if I have anything valuable, and I don't, so we can just, backspace if we have to. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. And she started up perfectly fine. Nice. All right, so ATC is still bugged when you try to use it through your throttles. So in order to call it, we use the Mobi-Glass. I'm not sure what this is. There's actually nothing on this tab or whatever. All right, here we go. And oh, we were supposed to grab some fuel. That was stupid on me. Maybe we can get it from the on the pads outside. I want to fix my throttles because right now they're inverted. Or rather, the throttles themselves, for some reason, outside the game are inverted. We have to I don't know. It's getting a bit more confusing saying it that way. We just have to invert our throttles right now. All right, roll set. Just gotta grab some fuel. Since the NPCs don't really, in the refueling missions, from my experience, the NPCs don't really chug on the quantum fuel. So we're gonna take, since we have 6 pods, we're gonna go 4 hydrogen and then 2 quantanium or quantum fuel. All right, there's the landing pad. See if we could refuel. I'm not sure. What is that? Oh, it's a Perseus. There's another one right above. I'm not sure what the hell they're doing here. We just committed up. Funny. Wonderful. We just tapping the Perseus. We got a crime stat. Beautiful. All right, so we have 4 pods. That's going to be 16K for the hydrogen. And Quantium is going to be the most expensive. 40K just for 2 of them. It's too bad we can't pay our crime stat on the landing pad. All right, so let's see. We're going to grab a mission. Okay, so in fact, what is our rep at with United Wayfarers? We're in rank 2. All right, let's grab this one. I know I had a pretty good time in Pyro doing these missions. Although I haven't tried Nyx, so... Although Nyx is insane, the distance-wise. I may go back to Pyro to doing these missions. Yeah, some odd reason my my camera angles are reset on the ship. And then we're going to need some camera angles when we're backing up to the NPC customer when we're, you know, refueling and whatnot. So what we'll do is we'll do one from the port side about there, so it gives us a good perspective. And then we'll do one from the starboard side. And then one from the stern, something like this. There we go. We got our camera angles. Although I may take the quantum drive. I think we have it in the, I think possibly in the Carrack. And it just makes sense to throw it into the Starfarer so we can get to these missions a bit faster. Oh, when we reach the station, I'll check to see whether or not we have in the military quantum drive in the Carrack. Would be a nice quality of life to be able to check it on the Mobi-Glass. You know, for a refueler, I'd expected to have a lot more quantum fuel in the tank instead of a little over 8 SUs worth. As you can see, it has a ton of hydrogen fuel. At 652 SUs.
Alright, looks like you just arrived, so I'm going to patch you into the client. Hey, heads up. You got trouble coming your way. Look sharp.
Contact received.
Hey, it's a setup. Watch out.
It's a setup. Wait. Okay. What happened to our thrusters?
Engines on.
Our engines just went off on their own. Good morning, Puyo Master. I'm doing well. I got
Caution. Target friendly.
better sleep, so I won't be, well, we'll see on the stream if I crash into asteroids or planets. How are you doing? Oh, these are just, oh, that's a, oh, I thought that was a turret or a satellite. It's a, an Aurora. I see. Well, I hope it's a productive running around. Uh-oh. Capacitance is pretty low. Oh, nice. Yeah, no, the graphics look amazing on that game. It's just that I don't see myself playing it though. You know, I feel like it's going to be one of those games that's going to collect dust. I have so many games in the Steam. Oh, there's a VR on top of that. Yeah, no, I could see that. I could see it being incredibly immersive, especially in a high quality VR headset.
Shield under attack.
Well, greatly appreciate that, man. Oh, maybe one of the other guys. We completed the. How did we complete the contract? The guy's still alive. Maybe one of the guys may, you know, may find it appealing. Although, isn't it used for a training simulator for, I suppose it was it Japanese, as far as I recall? But regardless, very incredibly realistic.
Shield under attack.
Oh, absolutely. I could see it passing for some sort of training, you know, if someone was actually studying to become a conductor. You know, it's... Oh, you could do that kind of thing? Put custom paints and stuff?
Target destroyed.
there was there's a something in some relevance. And we just accidentally bumped into Ceruleum ore out here, which is the kind of ore you get in the QB breaker station rock when you crack it open. There's another game that's currently out that you guys powered through it? Nice. Yeah, I mean, did you run into... Oh, it's out now. It's kind of remind me of what's that game called? Arc Raiders? Yeah. But there's another one that kind of reminded me of it. But there was also some sort of movie in some related fashion where it's like this, or even like Star Wars or something like that, this train-like looking vehicle, but it has spider legs. It's a big metal housing, and then it has spider legs. Let me see if I can find it really quick. It's probably on... Yeah, it reminded me of Arc Raiders, a bit of Star Wars, but except, you know, it's not. And then also, here it is. It's called yes, Raiders is in the title. Sand Raiders of Sophia. And it's like a sort of a, you could build your own tower, like, and then with spider legs, and you would combat other players on the map. Sort of a similar premise of yeah, so it kind of reminded me also of Helldivers, because you get beamed up or you get picked up by a big huge ship. So it's like a mixture of different type of things it reminded me of. Looked interesting. You know, I mean, I don't know if it has any kind of resemblance to SC per se. Let's see. We completed that mission. Good. Somehow. I don't know how we completed it. We didn't have to use any of the fuel in our tank to, you know, provide fuel for the customer. So far, I have to say, knock on wood, we haven't bumped into any, you know, major issues or bugs. So we're going to do the traditional move our head around to test the latency. It feels pretty good. I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere in the verse. We had to Alt F4 multiple times to get around bugs in SC yesterday. Yeah, man, it is a shame. As the old saying goes, you take one step forward and you're back at 2 steps back. Kind of feels like 3 steps in some ways. Oh, the auxiliary station. Yeah, that has happened to me on stream. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, like the painful part, if you wanted to do... I mean, that's... You're forced to actually do that. It's not like you want to go and do that. Because of the, you know, the bug. You know, laptop will show either incorrect or a passcode. Yeah, no, I get it. You know, otherwise you're gonna have to spend another, you know, redoing it and potentially running into the same bug. You know, you'll waste another possibly 40 minutes coming back to the same conclusion. I mean, you could just go straight to the auxiliary station, you know, in that regard. That's funny. Nice. Our Tanner says there are 2 bugs. Oh, laptops will spawn. That's good to know. Although, you know what? I wouldn't mind if that was actually how it worked, that there were multiple laptops around the area. A bit annoying, of course, you know, but it's meant to be a multi-person mission, right? So one person gets one of the codes from one laptop and one part of the auxiliary station, while the other one gets, you know what I mean? But in this case, it's very soloable. You know, if there's one laptop that spawns. You guys remember, I don't know how old you guys are. Remember the old days where you have to remember people's numbers, phone numbers? That'll come in handy today if they had multiple laptops at multiple different passcodes. I feel so much stupider today. I can't remember anything, really.
Quantum travel complete.
Okay, now that you're on site, I'll get you patched in with the client.
Oh yeah, I remember those. I remember the rotaries. And, you know, the beginning of dial-up modems and stuff. It was an interesting era, seeing the development of the internet. I was quite, you know, it was, yeah, man. I used to tie up the lines for my grandparents. They hated it. Especially my grandfather, especially a guy like him being a World War II vet. He had a temper, but he always telling me, get the hell off the phone, you know, well, because I tied up the lines and he couldn't get, you know, the phone calls for his, from his kids, which would be my aunts and uncles and stuff like that. They would think something is happening, something's going on. They would have a crisis. Your first modem was a 1200 bond, so slow. Yeah, that is, yeah, wow. 1200. I don't remember what, I do remember the 56K modem, that which is obviously, I would say, faster, right, than the 1200 you're mentioning there. I used to play what is it called? StarCraft. The original StarCraft. And then the second one. Oh, you went through the whole iteration of modems. Yeah, it's, I would say that you are, I mean, my family, in considering growing up, not to say that this hasn't really changed, broke, but, you know, so I was able to get, in fact, my first cell phone was probably when I was 18. 56K modem for me. I actually started into the 56K modem. Buddy got the ISDN. Oh man. ADSL. Is that the beginning era of cable? I'm not talking about like watching TV cable. Where's our guy? Did he just disappear, or we? Oh, how do we get? Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, all of that stuff was insanely expensive. If you had a T1, you were considered rich. Tier 3, actually. Oh, are we in the back of the cutter? Yeah, we gotta go to this side. Also, growing up, I don't think I had any friends that had those, you know, the phones in their cars and stuff. You know, those would be obviously for very wealthy people or rich people or business people having the old kind of cell, the beginning of cell technology.
Docking procedure started.
All right. Looks like the cutter is moving in position. Let's go look at it from this side. Actually, this is going to be the first time seeing where it connects as far as refueling on this ship. I'm not sure. What is the cutter doing? I think this poor soul is a bit confused here. Well, we know we're not moving because look at the background. Those rocks would be moving, or at least it'll look like it's moving if we were moving. Although the cutter... Looks like we ran into our first bug here. The old school tech talk reminds me of back when you had to park the hard drive. Good times, yeah. A lot of, I mean, you know, you also think about how things are far more and much more slower back then. You know, the question is, like, with all of this current rapid advancements in technology, I think to myself, like, humans can't adopt as fast as the technology goes forward. You know, the only optimization here is, I believe that the whole the only way, like, with hardware advancing, including any, he's coming back down. Okay. What is he doing? That's got to be the longest. That's got to be the longest docking I've ever seen. Maybe he's just showing off for us. Although I was getting back to my point, is that with technology rapidly increasing and getting further in time and getting better, I would say that AI would be the bridge in the gap on how fast the technology is advancing. At least, he just popped back in. That's an interesting party trick there. Like with anything else, myself, I loved computers and stuff going through, but the majority of my work and stuff was with, lack of better words, in the trades. Like with anything else, a hammer is used for a specific purpose, like a screwdriver, a screw gun, a wrench. And I look at AI, that's exactly what that is. It's a tool. And that's, its purpose is supposed to make, you're supposed to use it like a hammer or screwdriver or anything like that. It's not supposed to do things for you. And quite frankly, these, I don't know, the kind of mouthpiece that are in the CEO's ears of these companies are telling them that it can do everything. I have to say that person should go into politics, really sold the idea. Yeah, the guy, look at this cutter. He's just very confused. I wonder if he's going to teleport back in the way he's been doing all along here. He's way out there. I'm not sure. This mission for 50K is turning into the end game boss. You know, I don't think there's a workaround to this that I can think of. Other than, let's see, if we were to dock again. Okay, so nothing's happening. Let's see. We're going to pull in. Oh, hello. He just ended up smashing into us. So I hit. Yeah, he just teleported at us. Yeah, as soon as I hit M on the keyboard, he just teleported in front of us and smacked into us. Yes, impaled by the fuel nozzle. Yeah, now he's back in the position. Yeah, definitely. You guys, you should have ability to clip it. Let's see. Let's try that again.
Docking procedure started. Approved to dock.
Here we go. All right, so did it connect? It's doing the same thing again. Did you guys hear about that? I was saying this earlier in the stream. There was a guy that was banned for, you know, doing exploits, and CIG compiled evidence over time before making the decision to ban, and the person went to social media, complained about it, and because of the pressure, CIG ended up unbanning this person. Someone smart was able to trace this person's alleged account with an RMT site, the exact same name on a, you know, a user on the RMT site. And now this gentleman is selling their account, their $5,000 account. I don't see why somebody would spend $5,000, you know, in order to do RMT. And then, is there some form of strategy where somebody would buy or just pay that kind of money, and I suppose upsell it to somebody else's account? But regardless, this person is weaponized social media, people's emotions, in order to get their account unbanned. Man, this is the longest docking I've ever seen in SC. You know, the cutter is teasing us here. It's like, I'm going to dock. No, I'm not. I'm going to dock. Yep. Nope. Nope. Not really. You know what? I'm beginning to think Vincent is in that ship there. Oh, he is. He is. Vincent is in the ship. I should have known. He's trolling us right now. Is he finally going to be... Is he going to finally dock to us or no? Or should we just back up into it? Let's see. Oh, okay. Slightly tapped him. He went out of control there. I just want to see what it's doing here. I think our best bet, I've had good luck with the Arrow, Gladius, the Titan, or the, what was it, the Renegade? All right, I'm going to get rid of this mission. Doesn't look like...
Docking. Launch start.
I think the cutter ended up being Vincent. So now I'm going to deliberately get one of those missions for one of those ships that I mentioned. All right, we have the Aegis Avenger Stalker, so we'll try it on this one, and we'll see if this works. I think this problem is tied to the cutter.
Hey there, it's Dee Dee. Thanks for hopping on this refueling contract. Don't know about you, but the thought of being stranded without fuel scares the hell out of me. Well, thankfully they got you to rescue them.
All right, I'll be right back while we're in Quantum. All right, so our first issue today was our throttles, which had nothing to do with Star Citizen. That was more to do with my computer. I don't know if you guys get that problem time to time, where I have VKBs specifically, but our throttles weren't being registered on the computer. And simple solution was to unplug them and then plug them back in again. For some reason, I can't even get the route to work. I just remembered. I saw a on Reddit. There was somebody who posted. Let's see. Can we go back a second? There we go. This person was in Nyx, and somehow they ended up in the middle of like nowhere in the system, probably around here, but not exactly here because it, you know, you could rotate this. But it wasn't at any of the locations of Nyx 1, 2, and 3. It was just in the random place in Nyx in general, and there was a planet which sort of looked like Orison, but it looked really beautiful. You know, it looked like a gas giant, but it happened to be in Nyx. Not sure what that's all about. We do know that Nyx 1 and 2 and 3. I mean, I don't know if any of those planets are going to be, as far as that is some Twilight Zone action. Although that'd be pretty cool gameplay. You know, like you have a ripple in the universe. Somehow you have time and space rips open and then a planet appears. That would be pretty radical and rad and awesome to have that kind of, you know, in effect with, you know, ripples that happen. Although they had it online when 4.0 dropped in, you know, instead of going through a jump point, you'll have these ripples that happen through space and time. You're able to go through that and end up in a alternative area, or you can end up getting back to Nyx, Pyro, or Stanton. Although those are not online at the moment. I mean, that in itself, you can create sort of an instance out of those kinds of gameplay. Since instancing is coming in, supposed to be coming in 4.9, bringing back Seeds of Orison. All right, so for whatever reason, we cannot get to this marker. So unfortunately, we have to drop this contract. Oh, wait a second. Can we get to it now? So R is not doing anything. Typically you hit R, it works, but this is not working. All right, so that's borked. We have to get rid of that. I'm gonna try one more, and then we're gonna move into Pyro, see if it works out there.
Hiya, Dee Dee here. Let's see what we've got cooking today. Alright, a refueling job. What would we do without folks forgetting to top off, huh? Anyway, I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, so at some point, I was thinking about this for quite some time, is creating a video you know, talk a little bit about myself. More of a heart-to-heart sort of thing. I don't know when I will, I don't know, put that video out, but it's definitely on my mind for quite some time to do. You know, I look back at an old video I created when 4.0 dropped, which I looked at and I realized how many bugs and problems had it been the worst, but it was definitely one of those things was expected to happen when 4.0 came into play, because
Great, you made
it was a
I'll
large
patch the line into you now.
overhaul, you know, bringing in server meshing in its basic state, static server meshing. So I thought to myself, I can't really compare it to this because it was something that we all knew it was going to happen. It's why I think we maybe all compare it to 3.18 in some way. Although it's hard to say. 3.18 was so long
Hey,
ago,
get ready.
but we all use it as a sort of measurement.
That's weird. I don't see a shit. Careful, it's a trap.
Caution. Target friendly.
Ah, nice. Thanks, Fui Master. We all know Vincent was at play there.
Under attack.
What do you boys think? Is everybody in favor of PU related having a patch mostly playable, you know, not that we're not going to never encounter bugs, but at least to the point where we can work around the bugs? So not prioritizing like a fully polished experience for each patch obviously would delay the development. Now the question is, what are your expectations? You know, when you want to jump into the game,
Target destroyed.
okay. Yeah, I'm there with you with that. Okay.
Hey there, it's Dee Dee. Thanks for hopping on this refueling contract. Don't know about you, but the thought of being stranded without fuel scares the hell out of me. Well, thankfully they got you to rescue them.
You know, I think with I can't tell anymore. I don't know if that's not my expertise in this particular thing. I don't know. In fact, I don't know code in any of that. I don't know exactly how video game development occurs, and how to tackle things like this. You know, I know they need people to test the game. That's what I do know. And, you know, that's why we have the PTU. I wonder if it would be beneficial to have, when they open up, like, for example, they have 4.9 coming out, instead of doing an Evocati, having it open to all waves so everybody can get in. If they need the bodies in order to tackle these bugs, rather than having Evocati span from 1 to almost 2 weeks, and you have less testers, right, to really tackle sort of corner, like, since we have a lot of missions, a lot of things in the verse that are game features like Align and Mine, is it possible to cover ground with the Evocati? I mean, or is it beneficial to have everybody, all hands on deck, in order to, like, give them enough data in order for them to tackle these problems, you know, that may have not been discovered in Evocati or whatever it is. Now, what I'm saying is that Evocati does take a chunk of time, and then when it gets released to the third wave, that's 1 or 2 days, and then you have another, I believe it goes from the third and then into, I guess, all waves, right, at that point? Am I wrong about that? But regardless, in that time span, when it gets to open up to all waves, is that enough time for them to tackle all, or at least a lot of the major issues or undiscoverable bugs before it becomes live into the PU? Or is that the result what we gotten with 4.8 is what I'm getting at? Just not enough time and not enough testers, or at least to cover ground? Or is this a problem with inexperience? Do they need to hire people? You know, where is this boiled down to experienced game developers, where it entails a higher, you know, salary at that point?
Alright, looks like you just arrived, so I'm going to patch you into
You know,
the
we
line.
know that the bottom line, the company's not a charity. It's there to make money. You know, but there has to be some I guess it's something they have to, they're playing with a balance to how much money is being made, to the current staff that they have, and obviously calls on what they want to add to the verse, and the direction the verse has play as well. Again, this is not like this game itself is an enormous game, right? And I think it requires someone with great experience that understands such a vast game. In fact, I don't even know if there is any other game that... This is probably the first game in history to be done this way. Am I wrong about that? To say that? But its core foundation could be... I'll just be direct to the guys, is complete shit, probably. You know, the old school metaphor. You don't build a house on sand. Uh-oh. I know when you accidentally bump into these NPCs, it automatically fails the mission. Let's see. Is this going to be the lucky mission where we can actually provide services, or is he going to troll us as well? Okay, so jump back in the SCM, and we're going to hit M, and then now I wish I had a drum roll sound effect. I'll have to look for one in the future. So is this going to work? Let's see. Alt N. And is he going to troll us, or is it going to be Vincent again? So far, so good. And there it is. All right. He is docked to us. I'm glad I have that in my back of my mind. When I did this with the Starlight the last time, we had good success with the Titan, the Stalker, in general, all of the Avengers variants, and then the Gladius and the Arrow. We had pretty good luck. It seems that the Cutter you want to avoid at this moment in time. However, this is another thing. I think I mentioned this to you guys, is they got to recalibrate or reassess the amount of SUs these little small guys get in terms of SUs and hydrogen. They just suck it up. And then reassessing the SU size of these barrels. All right, let's give him some quantum, and that should complete the mission. We just got it. Refueling was aborted. What just happened?
Wayfarer could use a few more pilots like you, that's for sure. Enjoy the pay, and I'm sure we'll have another...
Oh, okay. Somehow there was an error, but and it's still completed. Okay. I mean, I'm happy to get paid. So that was just a false flag, just an error on the UI saying there was an error. It just aborted. right, so this one is for the Vanguard. We could do this as a test, although the Vanguard I could see sucking up a lot of fuel, a lot more than the Avenger we just filled up. I think the Vanguard should be in a different tier.
Hey, it's Dee Dee again. Looks like we got you booked for a refueling job. Good luck and be safe out there.
And we have the same bug. We're unable to get to the marker. Somehow, the marker locked onto the sun. Yeah, that's quite annoying. So far we discovered Cutter doesn't work. And then sometimes you'll have markers that are not responsive. You can't even quantum to the locations. This is an old bug, by the way. I do remember this from when Pyro was in the system. This is actually, I think that's when this whole thing started happening. In the beginning of 4.0 and all. I mean, it you know, clearly it's still here. Do you guys remember this bug being an issue back before static server meshing came into play? You can't recall. I gotta try doing. I've been doing it a while back, but I haven't been continuing doing it because, you know, that's life. A lot of things go on, but I've been having to document, or at least trying to document each patch going forward. What are the advancements and whatnot in like a very tiny summary, you know, features and etc. But by doing so, you can get a pragmatic, logical, and analytical, and something grounded to look at, right? On progression-wise. You know, were there things taken away? Were there things being... Well, we know Siege of Orison has been in the game, been taken out of the game, and now being brought back in. Now being, you know, the first... well, being brought back in and then being an old mission or game feature, I don't know what they're going to consider it now, to have server, not server, but instancing. Although when you go to the Vandal Tech Smugglers mission, or TSG, or QB Breaker Station, well, if you know, obviously if you select the contestant zone, you're going to possibly have a, you know, player or players could go in and intervene and cause havoc if you choose to, go that route. But, you have the choice with the exclusive contract. But I've never seen any other player show up at least specifically for the exclusive mission for QB Breaker. Vandal Tech Smugglers, never seen any other stall there, along with TSG with you guys the other day. In many regards, that's I think to myself, that is some way of fashion, in a relevant note, not exact. I'm not saying one-to-one. It feels like instancing in some way, but more persistent. Or just leans into persistence. But Siege of Orison, I think with being open, players are able to go there with ships and stuff. I think they were intending for that and probably continuing to still intend for that. I should say possibly, but I think it will improve the or it should improve, I suppose. We're expecting it to improve its desync and all. Sounds good, Pui Master. Hey, Captain Zwilla. How's it going? So you had to use the Crusader ships there. The turrets, would kill you if you try to fly there. I wonder if it's going to be the same old. With Siege of Orison, so long as it, passes review for 4.9. Are you also excited about the first iteration of instancing? Oh, speaking of which, I was able to fly the Ironclad through the jump point with 4.8 8.1. Seems that they cleared that issue where you you go into quantum, you get thrown out of nav mode, along with getting detached. It'll probably be the same if they instance it. Transit is the thing that put you into the instance. I'm wondering if we can still fly over there with instancing and stuff. Not like, if you're in the party together and someone, or even if it's you or any of your friends or group mates, is it possible to fly there? And then somehow you become instance. Oh, we gotta get some quantum fuel. It's too bad we can't use our own goods to refuel ourselves. Or can we? Let me see. Landing. Quantum. Nada. I can't even buy for myself. That would be nice if I could use my own stuff. I honestly dread patches now cause their cycle. I feel like the patches are getting worse, not better. I feel like as, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, etc., 4.8, getting bad, and then 4.8.1 fixed some things, but then other things have broken and some things are still broken. I think from what I've been researching, the growing sentiment from the community is they want a majority of the game they want to work and not have to work through heavy bugs. Where is the pads here? I don't remember for this station. Oh, maybe down here. Let me see. Are those pads? Yeah, we got some pads down here. Let's see if we could refuel. The patch seems rushed. Oh, it was absolutely rushed. There's no doubt about it. Bringing, they brought a lot of things online in this patch. And I think when they bring in, brand new game features, especially TSG, the Molar came in, you have these brand new missions with, refueling. Am I missing anything? There are other things that came in with new ships. And then now if you subtracted all those things I've said, even if they brought in a new ship, it just, breaks a patch. Just without those things I mentioned, it just, breaks the patch going forward in time. And then, you bring those things in, you have far more worms to tackle. Captain says there was a shuttle on top of the Crusader Tower for so, and I'm guessing that is what will move you to the instance, or that instance. I mean, with the things are going the way it is, I'm hoping that just a patch in general is going to be better. You know, my bar is so low right now. I just want a workable patch. At least, you know, working out major kinks. And if there's small bugs, there's small bugs. That's just the life, right? All right, so we got to refuel. So the pad is working.
Quantum fuel at 100%.
And we'll refuel our pods as well, since we're at a pad. By the way, Captain Duilla, did you see that? I was talking about this earlier. I don't know if you were listening, but did you see that discovery? Reddit, one of the players in the verse so happened to...
Launch sequence complete.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, no, well, I mean, I'm sure everybody's worked to the bone, you know? And I'm not placing blame on the ones who are actually working at bugs, creating the things. I think this is more pointed towards management on how they're conducting things, the kind of calls they're making. You know, a lot of it is to do with pressure, and it's easy to make these kind of critical points when you're not in the environment, right? What I'm making critical points and stuff, but I like to also think about solutions to the problem rather than just shitting on things, for lack of better words. Now the question is, what can they do better? What can they, you know, going forward? The Evo testing is only like a few hours before it goes live. You mean this time around for 4.8? Although there were certain iterations that I believe it was the shortest I've ever seen. Evo to going to wave 3, no, wave 1. Hey, what's up, Rivacare? Everything's going, you know. How about yourself? How's the verse treating you these days? Captain Duilla, since last year. So you're saying that the Evocati testing is gone, meaning the time frame, I believe it was what, 2 weeks typically in Evocati? And then they go out over to wave 1. Wave 1 is about approximately a week or so, and then wave 3 for a couple of days, and then into the all waves. Is that what we're talking about? Okay. Artana says 4.8 at EVO for a while. So my assessment may be incorrect then. Could you give us a timeline, Artana, if you can? Rivacare says things go. Kind of taking a break from SC at the moment. Don't want to burn out on it too soon, especially with how Bugs 4.8 is being. Yeah, I agree. I think the other stream I did really tested my patience when we did the tech smugglers the other day. If you missed it, Pui Master did say he went with a group of his mates over to the Vandal Tech Smugglers yesterday and had a bunch of issues. They had to Alt F4 many times, including knocking out one of his player friends in order to get them. I guess he got stuck in a container or something like that. R. Tanner says about 4 days, Ivacati. Although, I do remember it went from, was it wave 1 to wave 3? Was it a matter of 24 hours or maybe less? Am I wrong about that? It had to have been a record time. Loot rooms at QB sites are still empty. So those are still not worth my time. That's rough, man. Yeah. That is rough. You know, when you, especially when you're out with a group, you're doing something and then all of a sudden that's catastrophic. And I wouldn't be surprised. That mission probably took you guys about 40 minutes to do, right? Or wrong? Rivicara. R. Tanner says, yes. They went all waves really fast after wave 1 was open. So I was, yeah, so yeah, me and you share this exact same memory when it comes to, that has to be, I think that was probably record time, you know, going from wave 1, wave 3, and all waves, probably in Star Citizen history. Yeah, yes, I said that earlier as well. Well, yeah, I agree with Rivicara on that. The Ironclad should have been left in the P2 environment, at least to hash out, you know, with the command module situation. And obviously, there were other problems like atmospheric. They got that under control. They got 4.8.1 detaching from the main body. Every time you go into quantum, it knocks you out. We did the test the other stream. It worked, but when I went over to the Vandal Tech Smugglers mission, I landed the ship and I blew up randomly out of nowhere. So yeah, it definitely needs more love into the Ironclad. Captain Dwilla, not sure, but I bet the EVA period, the testing server wasn't even up for most of it. Our Tanner 4.8 ran very well for 90% of EVO testing. They didn't take new ship testing out of EVO. That wasn't a good idea by CIG, I have to say. I mean, are they worried about people leaking, you know, these new ships and stuff? honestly, I don't really, to be frank, I don't think that, I can't speak for all of the community, but I think majority of the community don't give a shit if someone leaks out a ship. In fact, it benefits. It's like marketing itself. I think people are more concerned about having a working patch, getting in and enjoying themselves with their mates. But the testing isn't over a long. They test for 4 to 8 hours and shut the server down. I mean, he's not wrong. They do time to time do some evos where they allow testers to go on, jump on, and test something. But in the same instance, they do have longer sessions of evo. I do have access to evo, Kadi, as well. So you're not wrong, but you're not right either, if that makes sense. But our Tanner's right. They should have allowed us to jump into the Ironclad and along with the other ships. The Tiburon Pip was a disaster. But, I'm sure they were able to... the Pip wasn't like a catastrophic thing like the Ironclad. Captain Duel, I don't think they should hide the ships under development. They should reveal it after concept. Honestly, I think, like I said before, I think majority of the player base don't care. If you show off the ship or whatever, let someone fly the ship, show it before the release. People are more concerned about getting into the game and playing the game without having disaster of a patch like this, 4.8, and still 4.8.1. Artaner says those testers are testing very small things for experience. TSG was up for over the weekend. Although you mentioned that TSG is still... Wasn't that the weekend test? Wave 1 through 3. Well, Wave 1 went right to Wave 3 within less of 24 hours. They were really trying to get... Well, I don't, like, as a test for CIG, have it open to all in one patch, have it open to all waves to test whether or not it improves things. Right? That's R&D. See if by allowing more people to test to get right into it right away, will that improve a new patch going forward? And then if so, if it works, then continue to do that. Now, the other question is, have they done such a thing in the past? I can't find any refueling missions. They also had, they also have X time. They want to patch out. So it feels like if it's not ready, it's still push of the patch. 4.8 had ILW inside it, so it needed to be pushed. Oh, you mean DefenseCon? But yes, we get what you're saying. And this is why we're suffering now. Yeah, ILW needed a solid like 3 to 4 additional weeks to cook. Do you guys remember if QB Breaker Station had these kinds of problems? I mean, that was a... It'll be ILW in my heart forever. Was there more to the story why the UEE went over to Sol? Captain Dwilla says they now push patches if they work or not under Rich Tire. Yeah, I understand. He's under pressure to keep deadlines. You know, that's just corporate making sure that deadlines are met. Understandable, but also you got a situation that's pretty catastrophic. If the morale is in a very negative atmosphere currently right now with the community, it's not a good thing going forward. And also provides ammunition for magazines, content creator. Yeah, well, I mean, well, like, I suppose they're trying to justify why they made the wipe in the first place in 4.8, right? In order to really get clean logistics going forward for a clean economy. But in many instances, you know, we still got more systems to go online. And, you know, when the economy expands, I mean, not to say that they shouldn't be trying to crack down on dupers and exploiters and stuff like that in the economy. I'm saying in the grand scheme of things, what economy? What economy do we really have in the game? Like, should we be concerned about the economy once you get to 5-star systems? Then you're going to have a different type of, possibly, excuse me, I can't even spit my words out, but an entirely different economy at that point. Oh, here we go. Refueling just came back. Let's grab the Titan again. Yeah, I think most of the player base will agree with that. Is bringing back playability in a stable patch.
There's always plenty of people out there counting on Wayfarer's help, so it's good when a new pilot joins the fray.
You know, not releasing patches until they are ready to go out.
What do you say we get you going, huh? Clients aren't going to take care of themselves.
Also, look at the amount of missions that pay 1 million now. Let me see. Well, the first one that comes to mind is Vandal Tech Smugglers. Once you earn the rep. Where is it? Oh, we're not in Nix anymore. But yeah, like once you do it once, then you start, you know, making a little bit more from it. But regardless, you have 2 million from the TSG mission, which is shared among your mates, right? And then QV Breaker Station, that's just a pocket bleeder. You just rip your pocket open, it's going out the window. So far, I mean, it's a fun place to go to and you know, do the missions. That's about it to me. I haven't really found a reason why to do it on a purposeful level, other than just to go there to do it for fun. But when we did the QV Breaker Station last time, it was pretty functional. You know, for the most part. Although we did have a catastrophic thing where my ship despawned twice on me. Have you guys had that issue yet? Despawning ship? You know, lucky enough I had a nice citizen come by to trust me that I wasn't going to slay him and take his ship. Same, you know. You know, you raised a good point there. There's nothing really of value to go there for RMT, you know, people that are farming for real money, you know, transactions and whatnot. That's a very, very good point, Rivicara, bringing up there. You know, among the favorite missions to do in the verse is QB, the QB Logistics, which is the Vandal Tech Smugglers, the QB Breaker Station, and TSG. I'm just saying, if I wanted to go do it solo, those are my two picks. The TSG, I won't be able to do by myself. I could do it, but I think it'd be very, very, very circumscribed and possible. Captain Dula says, isn't there stuff needed for Wicklow in the breaker station? That is a good question. Revicare responds with, yes, but the breaker station aren't as easy glitch into. You actually need to work to get your stuff from them. So it is still possible today to glitch through doors and stuff, which although, you know, with the Vandal Tech Smugglers, I always see a corpse inside of the warehouse. Do you guys know why? Is there some sort of like, you know, glitch or exploit that someone's using in order to get into there, or why they're backspacing there? It's part of the issue with tech smugglers right now. When 4.8 dropped, I was able to, yeah, I was going to mention that. When they first released 4.8, all of the freight elevators were working. The only thing, twice for me, when I did the mission twice, successfully, but there was nothing in the warehouse. It was completely empty. Well, not 100% empty, but you had like one component, one of the missions, and the second time, no components at all. But there were like, containers where I could, pick up some weapon or armor or something like that. But it was like completely bled dry. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks for explaining that, Rivicare. So someone did some math on knowing the respawn times. Although it probably wouldn't be so difficult if someone understands code and, looked at the code and seeing the respawn timer, I'd imagine. Is that correct? Looks like we are docked. Let's go to the back and fill up our friend here. Captain Dula says, I think there's same issue with Pyro and the executive hangar. Oh, they took that away. I heard about that. You could do refueling from the bridge, Really? I've tried it before. I couldn't, or at least I couldn't figure it out. Where from the bridge? Is it the co-pilot seat or in the captain's, or not the captain's, the pilot seat? When I go in right to the left, there's a wall panel. Okay. Is it these? I know there's a delay. Oh, the yellow screen. Let's see. Oh, in the bridge. Ah. Oh, cool. Thanks for that info. Appreciate it. I performed an analysis, if you guys are on my Discord. Basically, I scanned UEX to see whether or not, the economy's out of whack. For more or less, you could tell if you're seeing like outrageous numbers, like 100 million for this. It was, it looked okay. I'm not saying it was definitely inflated. It wasn't like out of control where it's in the billions. We have error. What's going on here? My God, how much? We just dumped hydrogen. Oh, this is new. I didn't know an Avenger takes this much hydrogen. This is another bug. I just emptied out 40 SCUs of hydrogen. Let's see, is it going to take more? What kind of tank does this Avenger have? Yeah, this is bugged. It took every one of them. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty painful. I mean, I'm glad it wasn't Quantanium. Quantanium is expensive. I wonder, now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if we've done it through the back, would it made a difference instead of this screen? We'll try the next one in the back. All right, so let's undock from this guy, if we can. There we go. Now we have to go back to a nearby station to refuel. Can you guys confirm? Have you interacted with somebody who actually made billions? Because people are saying a whole bunch of stuff. I take everything with a grain of salt online. Any of you guys can confirm whether or not it's true that some players have a billion AUC already? Rivacare says, I don't think they're making billions now. Well, I mean, are we all in agreement that what CIG is doing is a good temporary halt, I guess, or speed bump for the RMTs? The RMTs are going to readjust. They're going to pivot. They have bot systems. They have all these things to pivot if they have to. They're all like set up this way. I mean, not unless CIG wants to hire someone full-time just to watch and monitor the verse and then just watch players. That's what they used to do in World of Warcraft. Captain Dwilla said, what's changed though? I was referring to like when when they did the whole economy wipe and they wanted to crack down on RMT sellers, dupers, along with this iteration of 4.8, 4.1, 8.1, then the change with the minimum P2P, peer-to-peer, or player-to-player trading.
Quantum travel complete.
I mean, that makes sense. The question is, does it make sense to do it in with 3 systems online, or does it make sense to do it with 5 systems? Because once they open up a new system, then they have to recalibrate. You see what I mean? They have to reassess numbers, logistics, and stuff. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. They shouldn't be combating dupers and RMT. Obviously, I'm for that. Them combating that. I'm suppose they want to get an accurate scale to how they should be pricing, you know, missions out accurately, and also having I do agree with you in that. Half, I agree with you, Revikara, but then, you know, you have people that have $45 starter packages and they have built and accumulated ships over time slowly, like the legit player. It may discourage them from playing the game. You know, I think they're trying to avoid that as well. You know, if you have a bunch of ships bought with real money, it really doesn't affect you or me.
Landing gear down. Landing successful.
You know, with like, and then I'm going to go back to saying, you know, how can they monitor such a thing?
Launch sequence. Landing successful.
Is there any I mean, I joined the game a while ago, but do they have any any kind of text and warning about this before any player joins the game? You know, other than like if I were to say it in a video, like when you join up in a game, is there like a warning? Just be prepared, your progress may be, you know, erased. Something along those lines.
Shield off. Landing gear up.
Yeah, that I know. I'm aware of that. Perhaps maybe it might be on the starter ship. You know, when you buy a starter ship in order to get access to Star Citizen, it's quite possible it may be there. I mean, how many people are reading fine print? But yes, CIG, I don't know. Communication in this game is, I'm just going to be frank, shit. You know, when it comes to, there's so many, you know, my friend told me this, you know, and something I didn't really think about. You know, I'm in a different field than he is, and he tells me the amount of open channels, the way we can communicate today is is astounding comparatively to what it used to be, right? What do I mean by that? I mean by you could either contact someone via phone, text, email, Slack, and more. So if you're, in CIG, sometimes they'll say they communicate progress or something like that through via, Star Citizen Live or one of their recorded content, or on their live content, or on the website, or maybe you might hear it from someone who's a content creator. You may hear it through that way, and then they'll confirm it at some point in line down the road, or Bar Citizen, for example. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you can't have it both ways. The old expression. They have stated this. I believe Jared might have stated this reference. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. That they're running a live service game. Correct? So by stating it's a live service game, it's like a double-edged sword. Are you a live service game, or are you a alpha game? What is really considered the alpha here? Is it the PTU? Is the PU the alpha, or is the PU supposed to be the live service and the PTU the alpha?
Docking launch started. Docking launch started. Quantum travel complete.
I did see a content creator mention, alternative ways of currency, which is the MG scripts. I'm talking in regards to what you just last said, Rivicara. With the reduced amount of player-to-player trading with AUEC, like the alternative is trading commodity goods, right? Quantanium, for example, or MG scripts, or any other things that would be of value that could be traded, like you said, with Wicklow, can still be exchanged for in some form of RMT. Yeah, people, or at least the RMTers are going to adapt. I believe that the players will adapt as well. I don't know what the, I just saw a ton of orgs in Spectrum just furious over this change, with the restriction. Right. And in turn, I mean, you could, with that, indirectly helps you get, one, the Polaris, two, I believe the Idris is also part of that. Yeah, that's a good point, Rivicare. Captain Dwilla, I forgot to say yours. What is the point of script? Because you trade them for favors, which I think I did respond to you there, which is then used for Wicklow. But Rivicare mentioned a good point. You know, I think, you know, with the battle cruiser, which, you know, allegedly is supposed to be about 5 years out now, with these mega orgs, they can lock down these sites very easily. You know, and some of these mega orgs have multiple Odins. I mean, that's a good point, Rivicare, but then I can already see the other side of the argument. They're going to be like, well, now it's now Star Citizen is turning to be a grinding game. You know, rather than going out there and just getting it, you know, with some obstacles per se. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think that's
Procedure started.
for more or less, you know, World of Warcraft does that. You know, you go into a raid, you have a drop chance. Like grinding pure Karenite AAA grade, isn't that already? Yeah, you're right. Well, I mean, yes. If you have to go searching for, I mean, the grade quality as well, like with mindables and stuff, yes, it is tedious. You have to do the mission over and over again. You're right about that. Or not the mission. You have to do the, I guess, the game feature, whatever they call it, the sandbox thing. Although it's not really sandbox, we all know that. But, let alone you have to fight other players to redo it again. Well, I mean, that's another thing I was reading up on, you know, is having alliances with, you know, other orgs. I mean, I honestly, it's not going to be a perfect game. I've never in my life, when it came to MMOs, there was never a perfect game. There were great games, but never a perfect game. And, you know, when it comes to group play is always going to be superior. The more hands you have, typically. Why tie mining to PvP event? It's poor design. Well, I mean, it gives a reason for players to get together to get something that's very rare. It just creates... It just incentivizes, you know, the need of why you need to go get it. And then org play as well, or group play. You know, if you have some buddies, you can get together and you fight for rare valuables. Here we go. Is this going to work? No, I think we still have that bug. All right, I'm back. Looks like we're having that same issue. Rivacara says, very poor design. The problem is, I could see what they're trying to do. They're trying to funnel PvE players into PvP zones to create high-risk gameplay. The trouble is that this only really works if you have alternative methods of people to get the same stuff. Otherwise, you're just shoveling unwilling participants, and it'll either result in them loving it or them quitting. Hey, what's up, Natty Light? How goes it? We're just trying out some refueling today. So far, we're having bad luck. So far, we've been another Roma brother in here. That's right. You guys are in the same org. And Natty helped us out the last time, TSG. Along with Puyi Masters listening to us. He's lurking right now. He's doing some activities. Or rather, some incumbents. Let's see. So we've tested in Nyx. We tested in Pyro. We had little success in Nyx. No success in Pyro with refueling. So our last system, we're going to go to Stanton and we'll try out refueling. Now, guys, if you had to redo the mining situation, how would you do it as a solution to the problem here? I mean, it's more or less a pigeonhole.
Quantum travel engaged.
That's a good solution. That's a good alternative solution, Rivicare. Tanner says, we go to Hathor nightly to see what's going on. Very little of the time anyone is trying to mine the event. So if you want to go there and PvE, you have a pretty good chance of being left alone. I suppose that would be the yeah, I mean, I agree with that. You definitely need there absolutely needs to be org to group play in the verse. Well, I think I think Rivicare is onto something, allowing other players to get, like, even if it's like 0 to 200 quality. Yes, and it should be incentivizing, like Natty Light said, it should be incentivizing for players to get together for group. You know, I mean, I wish that they would release a consensus on who's actually doing solo gameplay, who's doing group gameplay, or gameplay. You know, we don't have access to that other than, you know, community consensus, which we know we have to take with a grain of salt. Internet is the internet. Oh, for Karenite? Well, I mean, that is a good alternative, you know, is having a heavy, well, there needs to be, you know, like, to balance with money sinks in the game in order to make an economy. I know Chris Roberts years ago talked about a PvP slider. Is that now the instancing? Rather PvE PvP slider. Welcome back, Pui Master. So far, refueling, we did it in Nyx. We had some success. Pyro, we had 0 success. It was completely just broken. Although we had success in 4.8. 4.8.1 in this current iteration of the patch, no luck. Leaded fuel and pyro. Yeah. Yes. They're very picky in pyro. Well, I'm glad in the dangerous reaches of pyro we weren't blown up.
Docking launch started.
Uh-oh. It's just blacked out. And we made it to, in fact, going through the jump points, we were 100% of the time just getting through them. I mean, with the Starfarer, it looks like it's working pretty good. Do you know how many players want some sort of trading outpost in the game? Now, here's a question. Do you boys want a physicalized outpost where you could trade, or do you want like a system where, sort of World of Warcraft, you can go to an auction and buy it off the auction? We're going to make our way over to the Crusader area.
Quantum travel engaged.
Oh, I forgot about that. Does that work if you bring down the comms? Does that stop you from getting prime stats? Oh, it does. I haven't been to a comm array in a long time. I used to use the M50 to get close enough and tuck it into the little area to be safe from the big blasters. You know, when they were doing Jumptown at Yella. Yeah, I mean, they keep, well, Hathor is a very good resource area. I think, honestly, it's a very smart placement of Hathor, because not only does it create, great group play and incentivizes players to go there to get valuable resources, but now on top of that, you're adding bounty hunters to the mix as well. So you're having like a trio of action going on, and including smugglers. Smugglers are a big popular thing, like solo smugglers. They'll go into the cave system. I was watching one guy, it was hilarious. By himself, he would hide in the shadows and he would troll the players in the ATLSs. It's something that I've dreamed of doing myself, going to one of those busy sites and being the Vincent in the night. Although I don't hear much players talking about Stormbreaker. I know that the teeth got to be still worth a lot of AUEC these days, right? I know then they were going for millions. Is it still possible to take down the for lack of better words, worm boss down in the Onyx facilities? Is that even worth doing anymore, or? So I've done this one before, the 107K. This is the one that you have to travel interstellar in order to refuel. We're not doing that since we're having so many issues with refueling. So we have one for 150K. We'll try this one out. This is probably going to be a mixture of combat, maybe refueling involved. Oh, they're all ambush missions? No, we want to do just... Good call there. Thanks, Captain Dula. So what we're going to do is... Oh, it's supposed to have a mixture of combat to refueling? Is that what you're saying? Do you guys... Are you guys craving ground gameplay? Like dropship gameplay, that kind of thing? The question is, how can they add such a thing in the verse? You know, with these very powerful ships. Let's do this one for 19K. I want to see if we can actually refuel something here. I honestly don't think there is a way to actually make it where dropship is a valuable asset in the verse. I can't think of anything at the moment. Like for you know, ground vehicles, I think that's an easier scope. Like, I'm not the one who originated this kind of content idea, but somebody mentioned on, you know, using existing systems. You have ArcCorp. Why not create, or even like Hurston, make a like underground kind of scenario where you can only bring ground vehicles down there and do things with them. You know, you'll have players with boom tubes and stuff like that. You know, it'll incentivize like a ground unit to go ahead with the new heavy armor coming into the verse, you guys. You got like a Terminator vibe to it. Slash Warhammer. What are the games? I got a vibe with that. maybe even like StarCraft, the human race, the Marines.
Really embarrassing. I had a bunch of things I needed to pick up from the last transfer station, and I guess I forgot to get fuel. Such a rookie mistake. Anyway, sorry. If we can get docked, I can get you.
Yeah. Well, you know, strategy wise, if you know a boom tube is going to be a threat, you're going to send your infantry first to take out the guys at the boom tube. You know, heavy armor is going to be set in the back with your ground vehicles at that point. I mean, at least that's how I would place. If this is a game of chess, that's how I would place the infantry. I mean, currently right now, we don't truly have like a sort of a U-Haul kind of thing, round vehicle in the verse. Can you see CIG selling a U-Haul type vehicle in the verse? I mean, I can't see players buying that, you know? All right, we're locked in. All right, so we don't have that error that we had before. But nothing's happening. Let's try this one. Still nothing. Oh, okay. Something happened. Hangar request completed. I mean, did we complete the mission, or is that... All right, so we apparently completed the mission. So the mission was just basically all screwed up. It's saying hangar request completed rather than saying mission complete. All right, so far we had one success over here in Stanton. We'll try another one. This time around, we're going to do a step up from the 19K we just did. All right, so we'll do the 43K. This one's says it's over by Crusader, but it doesn't tell us which ship. I mean, this is possible. This might be an ambush mission. By the way, do you guys get this weird, I don't know what to call this, anti-Alasian or Alasian kind of thing going on with the Orson? Does this happen to you guys as well? I believe Pui Master might have said that.
Quantum travel engaged.
One thing I'd like to see CIG add into the game. You know, aside from bug fixes, you're referring to anything like game feature, planets, systems, ships, or are you talking about game features? Game features. I'd love to see a style like going back to the original Jumptown, but improving upon it, not like spreading it all over the verse like they've done and saturated it. Do you understand how many orgs and groups are be salivating to having JT come back as the original again? With the current ships we have in the verse, it'll be a complete battle. Major, big battle.
Let me be the first to say welcome aboard.
You know, Idris. Oh, hello. So this ends up being a surprise attack.
Everyone else does. I'll be your main dispatcher. What do you say we get you going, huh? Clients aren't going to take care of themselves. Great, you made it. I'll patch the client.
Oh, being a more interactive, hands-on mission, rather than it just spawning by itself, or just.
Thankfully, they got you to rescue them.
I mean, it can work so long as, you know, if you have to deposit it somewhere and it doesn't eat up your goods, can work. But unfortunately, we don't know if that, you know, if it will eat up your you know, resources, or even, let alone you make it there with resources. I think the other Aurora is trying to smash into us.
Great, you made it. I'll patch the line now.
But he just smacked into us. I had a feeling that would happen. Getting stuff there is part of the risk. Whether bugs, whether piracy,
Look at
although
that. Contract complete. Always good to see.
combat,
Anyway, get some rest, and we'll talk soon.
although is piracy dead? I don't really hear too much piracy anymore.
Target destroyed.
Are you guys still doing piracy? I know if I were to get, you know, high enough crime stat, I think I have a crime stat 1. Oh, there's lots of piracy. I guess I'm not doing, I guess, more risky gameplay to, you know, to see that. In fact, I had once, I had somebody,
Let's see what you got.
when they were doing the,
All right,
you know,
evening job.
the event,
What would we do without folks forgetting to top off, huh? Anyway, I'll leave you to it.
you know what? You guys remember when the freight elevators all went borked? Not that they don't go borked here and there, but they're hanging around the big routes. I mean, that's smart, you know. Cryopods. You know, after that heavy nerf with the cryopods, is it really still worth it?
Alrighty, looks like you just arrived, so I'm going to patch you into the client.
Oh, I forgot to.
Docking launched.
No, cryopods, unfortunately, not. When you, they used to be worth over 400k. Now they're like 120 something or whatever, over 120. Or 140 or something like that. I think our Tanner is just doing it for the love of it. The love for piracy. Oh, there's our
Okay,
cutter
now
friend.
that you're on site, I'll get you patched in with the client.
Just not racing. Is that even the thing anymore? They used to have those missions way back when. I mean, they have the racetracks in the verse. You know, you have the low fly community. I think those are pretty cool. Have you ever watched those videos? If I even merely attempted it at slow speeds like 50 SCM, I think, or not meters per second, I meant, I would die just in 50 meters per second. They're going at like
Bad news.
incredible
Hostiles
speeds.
heading right for you.
Docking procedure started. Approved to dock.
Let's see if this cutter ends up doing the same thing as before, the one over in Nix. R10 does all loops. Wow. Very ambitious man here. MM killed racing. What is MM? Could you remind me? Or us, rather? Master modes. Interesting. Yes, master modes.
Uh-oh. Something doesn't feel right here. Look out!
Master modes killed a lot of the ship combat enthusiasts. Was it Rich Tire brought up? They have a new iteration of rework in the I guess flight modes, and nobody till this day knows what they are. They want to keep it as a secret. In fact, didn't they pull it off? They somebody got a leak and then they ended up scrapping it or delaying it. It looks like our Cutter friend's he's not ambitious to get locked onto us. Tanner, you weren't part of that, were you? During that testing? Captain Dula, they did more tests with different groups after that leak, right? That I didn't know that. Oh, we hit the wrong. I hit my mouse accidentally. That was me. All on me. Let's see. Will he connect? Very annoying. I wish there was a way to toggle on and off the mouse when controlling your ship. I'll just have to lock the axis. Come on, you could do it, guy. Come on, little guy, you could do it. Just connect. That's all you got to do. Unless this is Vincent all over again from our initial try over Nyx. Yeah, I think the one with the cutter is completely borked. It doesn't know what to do. It's like right there. It doesn't want to connect. I'm going to have to move on to the next mission because looks like Cutter, no bueno. Somehow somehow we made the Cutter's front of the ship red. And it looks like we have that bug where crime stat goes to 0. Even though I know for sure we have a crime stat 1, it still shows 0. Let's go with the Hornet. Let's see if the Hornet works. 43K.
Hey there, it's Dee Dee. Thanks for hopping on this refueling contract. Don't know about you, but the thought of being stranded without fuel scares the hell out of me. Well, thankfully they got you to rescue them.
Quantum travel complete. Shield on.
Okay, now that you're on site, I'll get you patched in with the client.
Great, thanks for coming. I'm all set.
And we have another ambush. One thing I do know and remember is not to attach to the client when you have enemies to take out. Because if you attach and detach and then try to reattach, it doesn't work anymore. I'm not sure if that has been fixed.
Hey, get ready. You've got some hostiles that'll be there any moment.
Yeah!
I think the Aurora is trying to smack into us. Yep. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. I feel like the NPCs in this patch are incredibly suicidal.
Target destroyed.
I mean, normally you expect this from the Van Duel.
Careful, it's a trap.
All right, what is the front of the ship? Is this it? Yeah. So we gotta turn ourselves around. All right, now we're going to orient ourselves a little bit better.
Docking procedure started. Docking launch started.
Oh, we hit the wrong button, that's why.
Docking procedure started. Approved to dock.
Here we go. Are we going to be successful? Oh, there we go. It connected.
All right, connected. Not too bad. Just
All right, here we go. Is this going to work or not? Okay. Looks like
thanks for the refuel. Fly safe out there.
we just helped out a Nine Tails guy, or an NPC or whatever. I mean, from the looks of it. Anyways, that mission worked.
Docking launch started.
So anything so far, other than the cutter, we're having better success rate. And you can see from our mission log, most of them actually we had to like abandon. So we have one is asking us to do a fleet refuel. I'm curious to see how this mission is going to work. I mean, I already have an idea. Fleet refuel. We're going to refuel multiple ships. I'm saying in the regards to, is it going to work? If we have a cutter in the mix, is it going to become borked?
Good luck. Be safe out there.
Before we go over, I'm going to get, we're going to refuel the tanks. In fact, I'm trying to, there it is. We'll head over to Seraphim Station.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
So far, we're what, about a little over 3 hours in. I'm trying to remember if we had any catastrophic bugs so far. I don't think so. So we're gonna refuel over at the pads over here. So I no longer fly in these rings for good reason. Sometimes you end up blowing up for whatever reason, random reason. I don't know if it's due to some weird anomaly or it's like, you see this structure that goes out? I don't know if it's there like some sort of desync. Like if I know, like here, I know I can fly through this from visually what we're seeing. I'm not sure if this pillar or whatever they call this is in fact here really. Or some, you know, invisible, tangible, hard object. Man, a lot of Perseuses. I've been seeing a lot of them at the landing pads. I'm not exactly sure what this even means, other than just it's a very popular ship people, you know, still use today. There's like 4 total among these pads. What about these pads here? In fact, we're going to go over here. We bumped a Perseus over at Nyx, ended up getting a crime stat 1 for it.
Landing successful. Quantum fuel at 100%.
So we're going to do the same since hydrogen is the thing that these NPC ships drain the most. Oh, this mission's over at Hurston. Oh, this makes so much sense now. So we were in junior contractor earlier in the stream. Now we are in contractor. So that would be rank 3, right? Neutral, or maybe technically rank 2, since neutral is supposed to be 0, I would think.
Quantum travel complete.
I'm not sure what when they did this. Arena Commander, they have, I don't know what the category would be, but now you're able to join in either via FPS, ground vehicle, or ship. It kind of gave me the kind of vibe of
Docking launch started. Quantum travel engaged.
of the Star Wars game. I just had a brain fart. I'm trying to remember the game. Battlefront, specifically Battlefront 2. Except, without stages to the fight. And then, you get your cinematics with Battlefront.
Quantum travel engaged.
Alright, looks like you just arrived, so I'm going to patch you into the client.
This one's like more free for all. That's what the difference really is. All right, so we have 3 different ships. We have the Avenger and Talon and Vanguard. I'm curious if the Starfarer could do all 3 of these ships without needing to refuel.
Great, you made it. I'll patch the client into you now.
Although I have to say, they really did a fantastic job with visually being over at Aberdeen. Like it looks fantastic. It looks phenomenal. I wish they bring back this kind of beautiful look to Orison again.
Great, you made it. I'll patch the client into you now.
All right, so this is the Avenger. Let's see if the Avenger plays nice with us. Okay, we hit docking, nothing's happening. Let's try it again.
Docking procedure started.
Here we go. Oh, maybe we've targeted the wrong ship.
Docking procedure started.
All right, we got the right ship. So we had to target the Avenger. Somehow we got the other ships. The Avenger. Perfecto. We're able to attach. Now let's see, can we give it the fuel? Okay, that's good. What about quantum? That worked. Excellent. All right, the next runner-up, it's either the Vanguard or the Talon.
It's Dee Dee. Just calling to say I appreciate that you're the dependent support. Just the kind of pilot Wayfarer needs.
Let's go with the Talon first.
You hear?
For some reason we can't target the Talon. Oh, it might be out of our range. That's probably why. Wow. Talon has a very low signature. We had to get about 3.1 clicks from it in order to get a target on it. I mean, it could be due to my pips. My pips are probably low when it comes to the radar. Double check that just to make sure. Yeah, radar is about 3 pips up, so 3 pips up from max. I'm sure that would make a difference. We'll put that down. We'll put 3 pips into radar. It doesn't work. And that looks good. Request dock. Let's see if it works. All right. So the Talon is working so far. Perfecto. The Talon works as well. Now we just got to see whether or not the fuel works. Or rather, refueling works for it. Perfect. Okay, so it worked for the Talon. Last one is the Vanguard Warden.
It's Dee Dee. Just calling to say I appreciate that you're the dependable sort. Just the kind of pilot Wayfarer needs. Safe flying and don't be a stranger, you hear?
Okay, so I think we're in pretty good position. Target is locked. Now we just got to send out the little spindle. All right, let's request a docking. Let's see if it works. Okay, we're docked. $36 SCUs. That is crazy to fill up the Warden here. All right, so Quantum is just one SU. Does that make any sense to you guys? One SU for Quantum, 36 SUs for hydrogen. I might as well just like, if it's going to be one SUs, I just might as well just have everything
Wayfarer could use a few more
but
pilots
one
like you, that's for sure.
hydrogen.
Enjoy the pay, and I'm sure we'll have another contract for you soon.
So we're able to successfully refuel 3 ships on this one mission, successfully. But we want to double check our logs. So yeah, so it is completed and we got paid. So it's looking like Stanton is working far better than Pyro and Nyx. The missions you don't want to take is Cutter. Do not take the Cutter missions. Those are the problematic missions thus far. So it looks like everything else but Cutter, Stanton, and you're all good. All right, so what other ships are missions that we want to do here? We have another one, which is a fleet one for 65K. We'll do it for the heck of it. Although it's obviously not going to be a money maker, right?
Hiya, Dee Dee here. Let's see what you got cooking today. Alright, a refueling job. What would we do without folks forgetting to top off, huh? Anyway, I'll leave you to it.
I don't know, I have an odd feeling we may have to refuel the pods. Let's see if the mission tells us how many ships we have to refuel. An entire little fleet of ships, all burnt out fuel at the same time. So this could be 2 to 3, but being that these ships are hungry for hydrogen, I think it's best to go back to refuel our pods.
Quantum travel engaged. Docking launch started. Quantum travel complete. Docking launch started. Quantum travel engaged. Docking launch started. Quantum travel complete. Docking launch started.
You know, I just realized I was not paying attention there. I was meaning to go to back over to Everest Harbor to refill. I was deep in thought for a second. Although I'd imagine Vincent is pleased.
Quantum travel engaged. Docking launch started. Successful.
All right, let's get some hydrogen. All right, so I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll head over to the mission. All right, boys, let's head out.
Launch sequence complete. Shields off. Quantum travel engaged. Docking. Launch started.
Oh, I just noticed you guys are chatting. I'm a lurking. Me too. Working really hard, hiding in my office.
Complete. Quantum travel complete. Docking. Launch started.
At the end of the day, sort of speak.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel.
Alrighty, looks like you just arrived, so I'm going to patch you into the client.
Let's go. We're gonna go to the Gladius. We haven't refueled the Gladius yet. We'll get to the rest of them. Oh, we have a Drake cutter here. I feel like this mission's gonna be screwed. Let's go over to the cutter first. What I needed to do is build a work PC and play SE all day. I bought a laptop way back when to do that.
Okay, now that you're on site, I'll get you patched
Well,
in with the client.
a powerful laptop at the time, but now these laptops are going for like $5,000. So yeah, you're probably right. Probably better just to build a desktop computer. Laptops are turning into luxury again. Boss comes in. He sees joysticks. Oh crap. I hope he didn't destroy. Oh,
Okay, now that you're on site, I'll get you patched in with the client.
did we just fail the mission? Looks like he just ran away from us. Although that would be hilarious. Oh, it's attacking us. Bastard. He's trying to ram me. Bastard. Even in the kind of think of like a skit where a boss does that, sort of like an SNL. Asking, hey, did you get the report yet? Did you get the report yet? You're on the toilet. You're in the shower. He always pops his head in. Funny stuff there.
DD calling from UWC. Doesn't look like that job's working out. It happens to the best of us. Don't let it bring you down and get back out there soon.
It's probably better that way, that the mission didn't work out. Especially, it's, you know, like when you're getting invested in these missions, it's better to stay away from the ones that cutter. And in knowing what ship you're going to be refueling. Let's see if the Spirit Prowler works.
Quantum travel engaged. Talking launch started. Quantum travel complete. Docking launch started. Quantum travel.
You know, it's too bad it's not like one of those things when you complete your job or complete your work for the day, you could just leave for the day. Be a wonderful incentive
Hiya,
for everybody for work.
Let's see what you got cooking today. Alright, a refueling job. What would we do without folks forgetting to top off, huh? Anyway, I'll leave you to it.
I think that would be one aspect of quality of life that everybody would love.
Shield on.
I'm not sure what's happening with the box around the target. It's shaking around now.
Alrighty, looks like you just arrived, so I'm going to patch you into the client.
Alright, Tanner, that is like such an industry-wide thing. You know, by now, any boss should know that that sort of thing will happen, but they got to pretend like it doesn't happen. We all know that. They know in a nuance it does happen. They've probably done it themselves at some point. You know.
Docking procedure started.
It's like out of sight, out of mind. The old expression.
Dock.
Let's see. Is he... Oh, he's working. He's... You're the CEO. Well, that helps. Oh, looks like the guy is out of his ship a little bit. Actually, no, he is out of his ship. It's funny. Oh, I thought he just disappeared for a second. Well, if you're the CEO, you have nothing to worry about. In fact, that leaves me in question. Are you the one that's following and going checking up on people in showers and stuff? Oh, yeah. You're the front runner, my friend. You have to handle that PR like no tomorrow. Uh-oh. What's happening? Oh, that was random. It attached and it's going down here again. Well, if you could have fun doing it, even better. Now, is this going to work? Oh, looks like it's going. You own a restaurant, that's something you rarely check up on. What type of cuisine? What type of food does the restaurant sell or make? Upscale deli, okay. A delicación. Now, did we just complete the mission or? Oh, beautiful. Every other.
Look at that. Contract complete. Always good to see. Anyway, get some rest and we'll talk soon.
Built it from ground up to 23. Stopped around 28 and moved on. You're 34. Very ambitious man, I have to say. And congratulations. I suppose, I believe you've, are you in Ireland by any chance? Is that so? Well, they need a wallet, you know. Oh, VA, okay. Funny. All right, let's see. For some reason, in the Hurston system, the prices go down. What other ships can we try? Oh, we have a Origin 100i. Let's see if this one works. That's rich.
Hey there, it's Dee Dee. Thanks for hopping on this refueling contract. Don't know about you, but the thought of being stranded without fuel scares the hell out of me. Well, thankfully they got you to rescue them.
Quantum travel engaged. Docking launch started. Quantum travel complete.
Great, you made it. I'll patch the client into you now.
Ah, funny. Who's gonna clean up those toilets?
Glad someone showed up.
You know, there's no gameplay for janitors or maintenance. I suppose maintenance is going to go over to engineers. Have you guys watched the World of Warcraft South Park? I thought it was the most hilarious thing at the time. What's the ship doing? Oh, we're way off. I think it's working now. Or no. It's- okay, it's moving. You could do it. Come on. Whoa. It's a interesting way to dock. That is so off. Wow. Let me do it from an angle so you guys could see. This is the 100i Origin I docked to the Starfarer.
Alright, looks like we're done. I'm out of here.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if that's every ship, but everything but the cutter works. So that's good to know. And then just stay in the Stanton system if you want to do this mission. And we hit the 10 mil mark. I wonder how much the... I'm wondering if I should buy a ship in game. And what type of ship should we get? I was thinking about getting the Inferno. What do you guys think? I think we did pretty well with the Inferno on the when DefenseCon was in. Let's see, how much does the Inferno go for? 4.7? Does that sound about right? Seems off. What do you guys think? And this website is also saying 4.7. Where would they sell it? Let's see. Where is it sold in game? Okay, so according to this, Crusader Industries showroom, Astromata. But why is it saying Orson? Do they even sell anything there? I thought there was a website that shows us this. Although I could add that kind of functionality with the mod, which I've done with just AUEC so far. I'll show you guys. I added I've added the Anvil Odin. Let's see. Which ship do I need for 8,000 SU? Should tell us Odin. There it is. Although that, with the amount of ships in game, it's going to take a long time, I think, to add all that info. But it could be very valuable. I was actually thinking about training an AI model to do spit out SE info, but unfortunately, the way content seems to change pretty rapid, so I think it'd be very costly in time. Although I think I could implement it into Tars mod.
Anyway, get some rest and we'll talk soon.
All right, let's go head over to this mission. Again, Aberdeen. Yeah, I think that could work. I think what would be problematic is things that are a bit more detailed and complex would be adding like commodities along with blueprints, qualities and stuff. I think it'd be circumvention for Tars mod.
Hey, it's Dee Dee again. Looks like we got you booked for a refueling job. Good luck. Be safe out there.
Contact received. Shield on.
Oh, this is one of these missions.
Target friendly. Shield off.
Great, you made it. I'll patch the client into you now.
Shield on.
It looks like the target HUD is not working right. Oh, the targeting box is spazzing out. After this mission, we're going to head over to Sig just needs to release your cargo ship. Are you talking? You're talking about the Anvilode, and you mean courier ship. You could do courier missions inside the Odin.
Heads up. You got trouble coming your way. Look sharp.
I think the target is trying to kill us, or ram us, rather.
Target destroyed.
I'll do it all. I don't think like with, it's hard to say. Does anybody know how much HP the Javelin has? I mean, we know that the Idris has about 14 mil. I could imagine doubling that, possibly. Or possibly close to doubling the HP. Let's head over to Crusader. I mean, I could have sworn the Inferno was sold at either New Deals or Astromata. I wonder if Urkel will show us that information. Before we head over there, let's double check. Here. Crusader. Oh. Crusader showroom. Yep. 4.2. Oh, I agree. I don't know, like, with the whole bit of drama with Squadron 42 potentially being postponed to next year. Now there is pushback on them still targeting for this year. You know, the keyword is targeted, meaning there's no guarantee. I mean, they've mentioned that in their financial report as well. You know, the target date is for 2026. So, I mean, they safely currently right now, yeah, I agree that some sort of PR post about it, and like right now there is a lot of talk on Spectrum about it. All the speculation is not good for anybody. No, it's not. I mean, we are talking about it, right? It is on our minds. I mean, I don't, is this a, what type of tactic would this be in terms of marketing? You know? I think you're just going to make angry customers, you know, at this point. I think for the most player base, I think everybody wants a bit of transparency. We're not talking like legal repercussions kind of transparency. We know they don't want to just lay out cards for people just to launch lawsuits. But I've been seeing some interesting posts regards to the bugs, you know, in particularly to the Odin, you know, because
Quantum travel complete. Docking launch started.
I agree with that. Have you seen the posts on Spectrum? I'll say it now if you haven't seen it. There is a guy who bought the Anvil Odin, and his post is essentially saying if the patch is not basically bug free, or not entirely bug free, but getting to a state where it's playable, they're threatening to return the Odin. And essentially urging anybody else who's purchased the Odin in that regard. I do see somebody say, are they holding off? I'll have to find it. I'll post it into Discord. But they've mentioned that perhaps CIG is waiting for the close-off date of returns. So meaning that they'll give any information, possibly bad news, so that the return window is closed. I mean, that is a smart play, if you think about it.
Quantum travel.
I'm looking at an illogical point of view, but is it a good thing to do to customers? Absolutely not. I'm not saying that's their intention. Okay, where is the spaceport? It doesn't build trust in the community. Absolutely not. I think, you know, for more or less... Yeah, absolutely. You know, and also it also strengthen, you know, doubters and people that obviously shit on the game, or in general, people's content that revolves around shitting on things. This will just give ammunition to them, and people that write negative. Unfortunately, that's what sells. You know, we all know that. That's what drives in, you know, viewership, revenue. A while back, I spent a little bit of time on X.com. That's all you see is rage baiting.
Ah, perfect. This space should do nicely.
You know, I asked myself, how can this be good for anybody's health to look at this all day? Reddit's bad with that too. Yeah, I've been seeing stuff like that. when I started doing more content creation, this is, you know, like you start becoming aware of what people do and what they make, their strategy to things and stuff, why they're doing it becomes more, you know, apparent. And then obviously those who are consuming it, if they're smart, I'd assume that you are aware of those type of things and actions.
Landing gear down.
And there you go. We've officially arrived. Great day.
Especially folks that have been, you know, on the internet for such a long time, you start to get experience with that kind of stuff. And speaking of crime stat back from before, you can see now the crime stat 1 is back. So I don't know if that's tied to because we're not by a comm array. It's quite possible that it goes to 0. Do you guys remember when they had those kiosks here where you can pay off your crime stats 1 and 2? I think they were over here maybe. But instead now we have to go, you know, to customs to pay off the crime stats. So we have a rental here. What do they have for rent? Okay, they have a bunch of ships here. Or manufacturers.
Hey there.
That's pretty damn expensive to rent a clipper for 95K. I mean, it's cool you can rent a clipper. 4.9 is going to bring the clipper. It's going to have to be earned through Wicklow in 4.9. Still among my favorite ships. Then we have the Hermes, 187,000. So they've added a few ships or more ships to the travel. I haven't seen, in fact, I haven't checked that in a while. So they've probably been adding ships to it. I saw the Triage in there as well. Where are these kiosks? Ah, here they are. Log in, and how much is that? 20,000 AUEC.
Keep it moving.
Man, if you were broke, you started the game when they did the wipe. You're going. Your ass is going to prison. I found it really hilarious that people couldn't contain themselves as soon as the brand new patch dropped. Everybody had no AUEC. A bunch of criminals running out in the verse. But the bounty hunters were hungry. I can tell you that.
At Orson Skyway Shuttle Service, we aim to make getting there half the fun. Please enjoy your flight.
Especially as a broke bounty hunter. Man, we're going to be waiting here for some time. Look at the time we have to wait. 4,940... excuse me, 494,706 on the timer. Oh, the same for this one as well. We have to go to... Is it Providence? No, not Providence. I think we have to get back to Habitation. Let's see, is it that one? That's the Vision Center. Tourism platform. Oh, we had to go to Cloudview Center, I think. No? Oh, we just missed it. Damn it. See if we can jump on this one. No! We missed this one too. Just having a bunch of bad luck here.
The next shuttle is approaching the station. The next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
Here we are.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark.
Could you imagine a place like this ever existed? A place like Orson. Would any of you guys live on a place like this? Is that the showroom or is that the TDD? Captain Willis says nope. And why is that? Nothing to do, or not interested in the scenery? The vertigo would be crazy. Yeah, that's something I didn't think about. The altitude. R. says, I'd be happy to live at MB. MB is a nice... If you love the winter, MB is a nice place to live.
What's the rumpus? There's a rumor going around.
Where is the,
I guess owning an entire world might not be everything's
Oh, is... Orison has less gravity? Oh, that is true. It's a gas giant. I mean, jumping up and down... I mean, it feels like any other planet. Except, you know, it's a gas giant planet, but... I totally forgot where the showroom is. Maybe it's on the other side of this habitation.
How's it going?
My guess. I'm not looking at the map. I know there's a map. I'm just trying to go off of memory here. Showroom and transit. Yeah, there we go. We got signage. Perfecto. But the lore says Crusader, their cause, the low gravity is perfect for shipyards. So, I mean, since you're able to dock down over here in Orison, it would make sense that you could summon a javelin, let alone an anvil Odin, if that is the lore. Am I correct on that, or am I wrong? I remember from the past, 3.15, trying to fly out with a reclaimer, which is a nightmare. It probably took me about 40 minutes to get out of Outmo, along with the 890 jump. I probably... A Caterpillar. I remember how outrageous the prices were for the to refuel and stuff. Here it is. Wow. Showroom looks really nice. Over here at Orison. Forgot how nice it is. That looks like the Ion. Yep. That's the Ion. I really still think having these two ships being able to swap the weapons and then making the hulls themselves have different attributes from the other, where if you wanted to, like, if you had to really choose out your combat situation, and then, all right, I need to have the Ion body with the Inferno, you know, weapon, or vice versa, depending on the situation. I think that would be really, really neat with these two ships. Oh, they're the kiosks. They're over here. Or it's just one.
try not to let it get to me, but sometimes I just can't help it.
The newer ships tend to have them now. Are you talking about the L-21 and L-22 Wolf? I mentioned that in my recent video I made a little bit ago. Oh, the Meteor. Which ship can this swap out with? Well, weapons rather. Interesting. We have the Argo Geo here and the Argo ATLS. Well, just in general, we have a bit of Argo stuff mixed in with Crusader. Another favorite of my ships here is the Star Runner. Oh, just in general, you could just swap them out for ballistics or repeaters in general, just for one ship, not a variant. I mean, I think it's a great idea. You know, if players want to have a certain play style. I mean, once they hopefully at some point have engineering when it comes to the ship armor and getting that all flushed out. Like currently right now, if I were to bring out the Inferno, which I'm going to buy now, just want to make sure we have the right one. Inferno. The Idrises have weapon kits? You're talking about the K and the T kit. Are you saying they added more kits?
How's the patrol? I think it's a bit backwards that more people streamed the Sandball Championship than the last election.
Oh yeah, that I'm familiar with. I have the T kit and I have the K kit. R Tanner is foaming at the mouth to get his hands on the railgun kit, the M kit. There's no such thing as an M kit. I'm just kidding. But oh, by the way, speaking of the Kraken, are they going to do something similar with the Kraken? They're going to add some sort of, you know, missiles. You know, they're just adding bombers to all these different ships now. In fact, was the Idris ever supposed to have some sort of torp capability? I don't recall that. I thought that was reserved for the Javelin having the size 12s.
Kristen Dynamics encourages all employees to update their inventory regularly. Not only is it a way to prevent work interruptions, but it is considerate to your coworkers and can help minimize the side effects from regeneration. Together, we can make sure that you leave a lasting impact here at Hurston.
Although I, you know, for me, my opinion, I prefer having like module and kits over variant of ships.
I want to know what's going on. I want someone to check my info and make sure it's good.
Modularia is always been a thing with CIG, so that's not new. And weapon kits are just that. They're overdoing it, though, for sure. Well, do you boys think that well, do you boys think that they should do more, instead of having variant of ships, having modularity and the ability to swap out weapons kits? Although I think that would probably hurt their bottom line if they were to sell things that way, I would suspect.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
Captain Twilla, I'd rather more modular ships. I mean, we do have the generalist, the first generalist ship, technically, with the Clipper. Problem is having way too many generalist ships, I think, may be a problem. I mean, maybe not. I mean, like, the Clipper really doesn't overshadow many of the ships out there. It could be pretty much destroyed by, you know, if you have a good fighter, like, you know, somebody who knows how to pilot a Gladius or Arrow or whatever. I mean, for the players, absolutely, it'll be a big benefit. But, you know, like I said, I think it'll dramatically hurt their bottom line rather than selling an entire ship. I mean, as the player, I am more in favor. Uh-oh. We have this weird bug now. We can't... I had this happen to me in Nix. It's happening over at Hurston. But, oh, after the Odin sales, not so much, just the Odin sales, but during the Defense Con, they made another record breaking. Natty says, I'm in your server. I just lost my invite, too. You're talking to me? I don't think I've invited you to anything. Unless I accidentally hit something. Inventory? Oh, you're probably talking to Artaner. Likely, right? Where is it? Crusader... Inferno, there it is.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
I mean, that's rudimentary, Artaner. I think any company would want an unlimited amount of money coming in, you know? It's just how it goes. I don't know. I honestly, I'm just keeping, as far as Squadron 42 in a perspective, in my mind, I'm on the fence on it coming out this year. I'm keeping it a realistic perspective about that with Squadron. I'm keeping my bar very low. At least if they end up, releasing it, it'd be a very, great surprise. CIG's only raised 1/5 as much as GTA Online has just off shot cards alone. I'm sure they'd love more money. I'm repeating what you just said, but the shark cards, GTA, I mean, the game has been out for so damn long. It's insane how that game has been so popular and so successful for over a decade. Is astounding. In effect, it's the kind of cornerstone. I wouldn't be surprised they throw it into school study books for kids in the future. It's like one of those like the kids are learning about how GTA Online became so successful, kind of thing. Instead of using the old jargon with Bill Gates on how you became successful with Microsoft, and IBM and etc. They'll be using GTA Rockstar as an example. And maybe someday they'll be using Cloud Imperium Games if they end up pulling this project off. It is such an ambitious project. It's ridiculous. How large it is. Different systems. No loading screens. I think getting to the 5 systems, you have Stanton, you have Pyro, you have Nyx, you have Castra. Do you guys know the 5th one? Maybe I can get it on the map here. Terror, yeah, there you go. Thanks. I think Fortnite would be a good example about explosive growth. Yeah, it's impressive how. Yeah, you're right. Fortnite, going through all these years and having they turned it into I suppose episodes or however they say it, and then a lot of companies, including Fallout 76, does something similar.
Shields off.
Oh, Fortnite? I'd imagine. I mean, it's a brilliant move. Like when you have a plan, you never get totally locked into that plan, right? You put your tester and feelers out there. It's like I read a book, I don't know if it's called The Small Startup or just in general The Startup, but it used references like that. You put a demo out, you test it out, people like it, they like it a certain way, you go more into that. So you're doing a lot of pivoting, and I think that was a brilliant pivot on the creators of Fortnite. And the same with you know, I would imagine GTA would have been some other game in the beginning. You know, like as far as like when it comes to you know, the rating systems. You know, when you watch a movie, you got rated G, you got PG, etc., and so on. If things were different then, where they couldn't produce GTA, they probably would have pivoted. They probably would have pivoted to something different. Captain Dula, same as GTA Online was an afterthought to GTA 5 story mode. Artaner says, I'm interested to see how GTA 6 Online does. You know, I'm not... I did like GTA Online for a bit, but then once it just became just modders and hackers, it was really not fun anymore. I got out of that game right away. I'd imagine if they didn't do anything with the online version of GTA 5, what's the change in the GTA 6 Online at that point? It's probably going to be the same.
Quantum travel complete.
Fortnite was going to be a zombie defense game where you build a base to defend against waves.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, like, the fact of the matter is players use it in a different fashion and they caught on to it. Players love to just build and then build, shoot, build, shoot, build, shoot. It's, I honestly, I find it phenomenal how these kids can just grab the controller and start learning how to do all these kinds of crazy things with it. I could see it costs more.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Dude, that is absolutely brilliant. They should have done that a long time ago with GTA 5 once they started seeing the trend. I mean, hey, better late than never, right? I just noticed the mission's not coming up. Yeah, the mission marker's borked. Dude, they probably got paid a crap ton of money. I mean, I think with Star Citizen, if they could bring the RP community into this game, it'd be a big win for Star Citizen as well. For some reason, the mission marker's not working here. I think the only way to fix this is Alt F4. Well, we already know. When you go on Twitch, you look at GTA 5, that's all RP. It's probably over 90% RP. Oh, good point. Yeah, I mean, if they... I can see what you're saying. Like, if they don't turn it into private service...
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Yeah, I don't know if that was brought up years ago. I think I might have to Alt F4 to get these contracts to work. But you're right about that. If GTA ends up taking off and they get control over their online, servers and learned from GTA 5 online, getting the hackers under control, the modders, I don't see them doing anything about that. People still play the game. They don't really care. But the RP thing was a very smart move on their part. And you're also right about the RP in Star Citizen. Everybody has to be on board. You're always like, if somebody's RPing and you have a group of people RPing in a ship, you're always going to have a troll that's going to either ram them with a big ship or torp them or whatever it is, just to get a laugh,
Shields off.
Yeah, it looks like this mission is borked. I can't even select it. All right, so what about bounty? Does that work?
Shields on. Shields off. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
I did, by the way, I do remember, I did do a, I don't know if I recorded it, or if it was a recorded version or a live version, but anyways, I have it. I've done a RP one time, and it was fun. Had a good time doing it. You make up the dialogue as you go. My character's name was Fat Tony. Now, I in fact, I have no idea what I did with the video. I should have read the mission. I don't know if this is going to end up being an MP. No, never mind. It's a ship mission. All right, so bounties work. It's just that the Gilly's flight school is just not working. Quantum markers. Specifically in the Hurston area. I forgot we have lamp amplification. I love this thing. Especially when it's this dark. One pass. The 100 eye is already red. Should be dead now. There it is. I love that.
Shields off.
I'll have to look up whether or not they're doing any kind of maintenance in the background. I mean, we're getting a bit more success. I mean, there's still problems, you could say, but getting a bit more success and more than usual. But you guys mentioned that TSG's borked. I know Pui Master had issues with Vandal Tech smugglers. And along with me, I had problems with Vandal Tech.
Quantum travel engaged.
And then if you guys are doing
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
I find it quite interesting that GTA Online is quite a chaotic sandbox about being an extremely violent criminal, and people worked hard to change that, all that. That's an interesting paradox. You're right. That is a good question, and rather thing that you caught on there, Dwilla. Does the Ironclad still work? As of 4.8.1, I was able to get to the jump point. And upon coming out of Quantum, we don't have the, or at least when I was testing it, when the patch was dropped, I didn't have the problem where it would knock you out of nav mode every time, including getting detached from the main hall. So those things are fine. You still get those red light alerts come on, you know. It's still a bit iffy. I did, when doing Vandal Tech Smugglers with it the other day, I ended up blowing up randomly. Main hall ended up purpling out. The command module just blew up randomly. So there's that. What I can tell you is fly at your own risk. That's all I can tell you. If you're going to be flying around, you know, if you buy millions of AUEC of cargo and you're delivering that, just expect you're likely going to lose it to some sort of problem with the ship or bugs. my faith in that ship is not quite there yet to do risky kind of transport. I mean, let alone even if you did, you know, mission cargo with it. Wow, this thing can take quite a bit of punches.
Target destroyed.
There it goes.
Shields off.
Do you have the base ironclad, or you have the ironclad assault? When I was at Hathor, excuse me, this time yesterday, someone rocked up in one. I wanted to bomb it. You naughty, naughty man, you. It's always tempting to do these kinds of things. The cutter has 2x the health pool of an M80. How does that happen? My kind gentleman, how does that kind of stuff happen? I imagine. I wonder if the cutter has more HP than the Clipper. Do you know that offhand?
Engage.
Otherwise, I'll have to look that up.
Complete.
Oh yes, it is. It's a beast.
Quantum travel. Engage.
It's a beautiful beast at most.
Quantum travel complete.
Looks like the marker's not working for this mission.
Quantum travel engage. Quantum travel complete.
What I try to do is I try to get as close as possible by just
Quantum travel engage.
jumping out of quantum.
Complete.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Now we're at 181 kilometers. Not so bad. Still very far. Yeah, you can see the marker's not working. This is an old bug. Back in the day, I remember 3.15. This would occur a lot for bounty missions like this, or any other missions, rather. Now, the new flight model that they discussed in the past, we're supposed to have the ability to have a controlled quantum. I forgot the name of it. Maybe you guys can remind me what the name is. But in effect, you could just throw yourselves into whatever they call it, the new nav mode, and you can sort of like fly at a really high rate over to, you know, different locations. Yeah, that thing is in the gutter somewhere. Lost and forgotten. Out of sight, out of mind. You know, I like when I cover things on the game and I happen just to forget or even not even know it exists, only because that piece of information is either in SEL, I had to look for the video, or it exists in Reddit somewhere, where response from a dev. It's like what we were talking about before. Like, information is on many, you know, different. They're all over the place. In a nutshell, they're either on Reddit, in a response from a dev. They're either a response from Spectrum posts, randomly on some other random player's post. Either it's on SEL, you have to go look for it. It's like, come on, bro, you didn't know that? I mean, you should know this stuff. I'm like, dude, you have to go look for this stuff. You know, it's not like you can go onto the website. Uh-oh. 30K. We just got a first 30K here. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, if you had somebody, you know, that can, I mean, they have people that already are watching over, you know, Spectrum. They're making sure, you know, mods and people that make these, I suppose, writers they have on staff. I don't know what their workload is, but, you know, I'm sure that in some aspect, somebody does do some sort of organization, or maybe perhaps they don't even have a role that does that, you know, whatsoever. Or maybe perhaps it's very poorly managed. That is the weirdest thing. So we got 30K'd and we're back at our personal hangar.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Oh, what? Keeping up with information and updating information and whatnot. I mean, I can seriously just run. I mean, I think having a human do it is better. You know, I think with this whole AI stuff is making it more complicated. So it auto-stored, not only the 30K, it auto-stored our ship. And we're back at our personal hangar. This is, in fact, very catastrophic. Imagine you're on TSG or doing a big mission and you get pulled back. I think this has happened to people. I think I've read some posts about this. It feels like that's the entire development team of the PTU. Oh, you were affected as well. Interesting. Did you, were you in Stanton or you were in a different system? I mean, I suppose it's not the end of the world when you're keeping looted things. Oh, you were in Stanton and Daymar. So therefore, we were in Hurston when it happened. So it's quite possible it happened maybe just in the Stanton system, perhaps the entire server in itself. Not perhaps a shard, maybe that's what they call it, right? Someone's at Hathor. That's my guess.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on.
You know, I was quite disappointed with the whole bricking system because I actually was getting some great components from being a scavenger and going over to those sites. When orgs have these large wars, they leave behind NDBs loaded onto the, fighter ships and stuff. I found some great components from some of the ships. They killed my dream, boys, is what I'm saying. Why those aren't everywhere beyond me? What attachments are you guys referring to? I mean, I suspect you're talking about you being at Hathor, Daymar over there. I wonder after the 30K, does the Gilly's flight school work? Let's grab the scenario 4.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Interesting. Weapon attachments. There's a particular one I saw. Was a night vision attachment.
Quantum travel
Whoa.
engaged.
I am surprised we didn't blow up there. I went through the moon.
Shields on.
Looks like you got inbound. Weapons
going straight.
Contact.
All right, we got to take out these 3 snubs. Interesting enough, in the 30K, it remembered how many what my last capacity was in terms of my ballistics.
Target destroyed.
That's one. Perhaps I might do some scavenging. You guys are mentioning that. And, you know, next time. Maybe on Wednesday.
Target destroyed.
I think these NPCs are just dead in the water, not doing anything.
Destroyed.
Another lesson in the books. Hopefully you feel yourself improving, because I'm definitely seeing it on my side. I recommend a bit of downtime, and then we can get back at it. Rest up, and I'll see you soon.
I mean, Gillies is working again as far as the mission markers. Although I suspect that Vincent might have played a hand on the 30K.
Shields. Bounty's all yours. Get locked and loaded and take him out.
I mean, he did troll us in the beginning with the cutter over at Nick's.
Quantum travel. Engage.
Or maybe in all of the cutters we've had.
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engage.
You're funny, Art Tanner.
Quantum travel complete.
Stop hogging the controller. Funny. It's funny, I used to fight with my brother. No, it's my turn. No, no, it's my turn. You know, when either one of us, you know, would lose, you know, you have the types of games you fight each other, like sort of Street Fighter kind of games. We would punch each other if one of us lost against each other. I'm the oldest, so it was my turn till I didn't want to play anymore. Your brother must have loved you, man. That's what I gotta say. I know. I think my dad must have had me traded off the controller with my brother. Or maybe it was my mother. Who's to say? It's so hard to remember those days.
Target destroyed.
Okay, a lot easier than I expected.
Nice job taking them out. I'll push your payment through.
Well, I mean, if he's sitting there taking the hits, it's gonna be easy. I'm glad this is my first ship I bought in 4.8 so far. Melt the HH of that bad boy. I was actually thinking about doing that. But before we actually go in and destroy it, we have to... I think we might have to refuel our... Not refuel, rearm. Actually, do we have any missiles before we even like do that? No, our missiles are empty, so first I'm going to grab the mission. Mission scenario 7.
Shields off. Shields off.
Where are we actually? Is this Aberdeen? No, this is not Aberdeen. Aberdeen has all the clouds. This could be trying to guess which area we are at. In fact, we'll go to Ariel. Ariel has Bezdek and the other one is Lathan. So we'll refuel one of those pads.
Quantum travel engaged.
You know, so far, you know, with the title of my video, I have not crashed into a planet or moon yet. Maybe that'll be my effort to make it true.
Quantum travel engaged. Engines off.
Although I think I have stuff in my backpack. Who cares? We'll do it, you know, we'll do it after we take out the hammerhead.
Quantum travel complete.
Sound like someone quantum in to the area. And I don't have any radar on them.
Shields on.
Uh-oh. We just blacked out before we... Oh, we're dying. We're so dead. Oh, that was so close. We almost had the same fate as the last time. Nothing like blacking out and then you all of a sudden your eyes open up.
Landing complete.
You know, you're close to about to crash. Oh, you have to be kidding me. All right, the landing service is not working on this pad. Let's try the other pad.
Landing complete.
Oh, there we go. All right, so we can restock. Hopefully we can restock those missiles. All right, ballistics are restocked.
100%.
Missiles are restocked. We're all good to go. One thing I want to do before we get into battle is fix our pips. I think that is pretty good.
Launch complete. Shields off.
I think the color on the and the aesthetics and the gun on the Infernal look amazing.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Welcome to the training site. Get settled.
All right, boys, it's go time.
Hostile spotted. Give him
I suspect Vincent might be flying the Hammerhead.
Contact.
You know what? Let's knock out a few of these ships with missiles. I don't hear it locking. I don't know if it was you, Tanner, on the workaround with locking, with pinging. There we go. If it was you, appreciate that tip from before. That missile did nothing to it. Okay, looks like plan B.
Attack on shields.
Alright, we have the Hammerhead. We gotta lose the Hammerhead now. In fact, I'm just gonna barrage it with a bunch of missiles and then go after the small guys.
Missile.
There he is. Found him.
Missile locked. Missile locked.
Nice. All four hit, but I don't see any damage.
Missile locked. Attack on shields. Missile locked. Missile locked. Contact. Missile locked.
All right, here we go. Next set of missiles.
Missile locked.
I mean, I see something is red on it. It's like a little piece of maybe a turret. Ooh, those set of missiles did some damage. Let's go in for
Attack on shields.
pass. Looks like we have a bit of desync going on here. Yeah, we got... That's pretty bad, actually. Okay, we were just hitting his engine, trying to aim for the front. Oh, really? Yeah, we're having really, really bad desyncs. Hammerhead is like teleporting. Yeah, those S5s are dangerous. Disgustingly dangerous.
Attack on shields.
You did that with you did that with one S5 or you did that with 4? One against a PP. Oh, what is the which ship is the PP? That actually sounds very weird saying it that way.
Attack on shields.
Is that still a thing? I thought they were, if a ship has shields up in armor. Oh, power plant. I mean, I thought they were trying to like have it where, you know, if you have your shields up plus you have your armor up, it only does damage to the exterior of the ship. It still goes through the ship. Or was that just the ballistics? Oh, Nelly. Hammerhead is really red. It looks like it's going to go down. Surprised.
Attack on shields.
Like, we could do it. I'm willing to take the chance. Yeah, middle of the hull is incredibly red.
Target destroyed.
Ooh, look at that. We were able to destroy the Polaris, the Hammerhead. with what we had. I mean, it makes sense. We didn't go after the other ships in the mission. Although I'm not sure if we're going to be able to finish the mission with what we have. Okay, there's one. There's two. I think we may be able to take them out. So, I mean, I don't know if they just lost the will to live. They're just hanging out there. Bam! We did that with one round. We didn't have to, like, go back to, reload. Surprisingly. Inferno's back up on the throne, man.
Quantum travel, engage. Quantum travel complete.
Anyways, unfortunately, gentlemen, I have to get going. Vincent, this time around, didn't really get much of a laugh at us, except for the beginning. That's about it. Although, for what it was worth in this session, I did in fact had a great time. You know, we were able to do a lot of the things. So if you're doing refueling, make sure to do Instanton and avoid the cutter ones. Vincent is in the cutter, just so you guys know. So just watch out for him. Anyways, I hope you guys had a great time today in the live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. If there's anybody watching that is new here, you have a Discord, you're more than welcome to join or leave. It's a loosey-goosey. The RSS feed. Thank you so much for tuning in, Pui Master. And you as well have a great day, as always. And you rest of you folks out there. Thank you to R. Tanner. Who else joined us today? See if I can pull you guys up. Natty Light and Captain Dwilla. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and chatting with me. Hope you guys had a great time. I had a good time today. I mean, I could see a glint of hope here. Looks like things seem to be swaying the other way. Hopefully. I'm crossing my fingers you guys don't see that. Tomorrow there'll be no stream. I'll be trying to come up with maybe some content, hopefully today or, tomorrow, whatever. But I'll be back Wednesday with another stream. So maybe you'll see you guys then. Salute, my friend. Thank you so much for tuning in. Those of you on the recorded version, appreciate you guys as well. Until then, gentlemen, you have a great rest of the day, and I'll see you hopefully on the next stream. Take it easy.